Good hello. I've slept for 9 hours. Today it is Wednesday, my dudes. It is the 1st of July 2026. The time is 09:13. Today is development of the spec engine. I've been thinking of renaming it, relabeling it to AI leverage. Because I don't remember exactly what I was thinking when I was dreaming this morning, but there was something about AI leverage and some other idea that I might have, like I think it was inspiration from the interview I did yesterday, in where Genesis IT, they wanted to find they wanted help with priority, which fits pretty well what I've been doing. They wanted to understand, like, what are all the things we can do with AI, and what should we spend our resources on. And I told them that AI often gives a different perspective on things, being able to think outside the box, and that is when you come from the theoretical standpoint of AI, and you look at superintelligence, and you look at what good does it do. It basically is smarter than you. So any assumption, any decision, any requirements you come with, and you say to the superintelligence, and you narrow it down, like, you only have to select these features that we have found, evaluate them, like, you don't even say only, just evaluate these features and select the best one or whatever. It might be better to say, we're in Genesis IT, we are doing this is our vision forward, now we're looking into AI, here are some features that we've been thinking about, but what could possibly be the best thing that we do. And I said that maybe there will not be, like, the best thing to invest resources might not be any AI heavy stuff. It might be something slightly outside the box, of just improving user interface. Maybe something that they haven't thought about, that superintelligence will think about, AI will think about, which will be a bit unintuitive, but it might make a lot of sense, at least to consider it. So I've been thinking about that. I think I was thinking about that in that maybe spec engine is maybe not the main thing. The main thing is to leverage AI, and I have that as a principle actually on the board there. Where is it? Leverage AI to finish the game ASAP. That's one of the core guiding principles of this project. And I thought it would be the spec engine, but I did an upgrade. I don't know if I was streaming. I don't think I was streaming that. I created a new workflow that's faster. Yeah. Let me share that. Now it's education time. Give me a second, I'm gonna show you. Okay. Previous workflow. I use big letters. New workflow. Previous workflow, I open up Godot, and from there I can get two things. I have gotten two things that I copy. It is screenshots and it is code. That's how I've been using it. I could potentially also add other files like a tscn file or contents of files. And these things, I open Gemini in the browser. This is a browser. And I paste it. And I add a prompt. Boom. And from out there, I get copy. It can solve errors from the screen, figure things out, can write code. I don't know if you can probably write tscn files, I haven't tried. So anyway, I can copy this data, which usually have been just code. Like, I don't want to copy some screenshot. Not when developing, at least. I just need code, and then I've been pasting it. And obviously deciding what to copy, sending screenshots, deciding what screenshots, what screen to cut it out, and then sending it in here, or copying code or screenshots of code, and writing a prompt. That takes time, and then this takes time to do the actual copying of the code, and then basically selecting where it should be, finding where it is, F for find, and then pasting it in there, and then also running it. So there are a couple of few things there. Now, the idea with the spec engine was to eliminate this part, which can be eliminated by making it becoming agentic, which is to make the system local, which means the system does the copying and pasting. And if I put it on my local machine, then the idea is that this part will be, so this will be automated by agentic, and this will be automated by having local access, and in a sense agentic, this part also. Agentic and local. Both of them require, well, yeah, they don't strictly require local, but the idea is to solve it by making agentic and local. So, the spec engine, the idea was to use Quen to write the code to get basically using Olama, but Quen wasn't good enough to write code on my machine, so it didn't work. So I looked at other models and I started to allocate my budget, my new budget of 250, to think, should I use Claude, because I can get a subscription there, and or should I get DeepSeek because it's much cheaper apparently, or Gemini. API keys, like this is the API key, because this browser tool doesn't require API key. So I looked at this, what can I get for 250, and for Claude I can get roughly 5 mil of tokens. For DeepSeek I can get roughly 100 mil. So that's opened my eyes a bit, like what the fuck. Now Claude is incredibly good. It is it's the highest quality I've ever tried. So I would prefer that if I had enough budget. But I need more tokens than 5 mil. And this looks very tempting. And I was thinking, can DeepSeek handle Godot? And then also I looked at Gemini. And also roughly 100 mil for 250. And this blew my mind. Well, what? I've already been using Gemini. And you're telling me I can get an API key to work agentic local? Anyway, the first decision was to not go with Claude and aim to test at least which one of these. So I've already tested Gemini. Previously I've already made an API key for Gemini, so I've already tested the whole thing. DeepSeek I have not tried anything, so it requires some tags of setup, a bunch of distraction tags of just learning their UI and their account, making an account and putting money somewhere and doing all that, and making sure it can write Godot code, because Gemini have been able to write Godot code with a couple of prompts. So I went to DeepSeek and tried if it could write Godot. I gave it the same task as Gemini, and it made it was very close to being good. So if I would have tested like 10 times, maybe I would have gotten a slight more clarity on exactly what it is. But DeepSeek tended to write much more code than I needed. I asked it for one script and it produced several scripts, and yeah. Anyways, so what I wanted to know is was DeepSeek better than Gemini? Because if it's better, then I might be worth looking at DeepSeek. But it was not better. So then I decided, okay, I'm going to test Gemini, and I then asked in the browser, of course. I still use the browser Gemini in the new system, because here I get a bunch of I get better UI than the Gemini CLI, and I get like much more, like the chats here, the prompts and the history and the scrolling, everything is smoother. Plus this is not API, so it doesn't come on the same way here, and it's easier to discuss. So these two makes it easier to discuss architecture and learning. So I used this browser tool to help me set up this, and I said, like, if I put in 10 crowns, then I can test Gemini CLI. And then Gemini says, no, free. And I was like, what? I don't get free unlimited tokens, but the API key is you still get free tokens on the API key. You don't get 100 mil, but I can test it free. which is amazing. So I started to do that. I open up Gemini inside my Godot project. What I mean is just I went into the folder where I have Godot project, and in the terminal I opened Gemini. So the project had direct access to all of the files, and it didn't have any other kind of files to look at. It just had this little sandbox of this Godot project, which is a test Godot project. It's not even the real one. And I started testing it. First I tested it on auto, and it started to tick several minutes, and I was thinking, this is taking a while. Is there something wrong? Should I wait? I took screenshots, and I sent screenshots to this, and I said, what's up? I just sent it there. No message, just sent it there. Then when I said, oh, over 1 minute, no, stop this. Something, gave some confidence explanation that it's either because of the free key, it gets stuck because of the rate limits, and if you just let it run, it will use up all of your free tokens, and you're giving it a too large context. It's just a Godot project, and it's just a couple of files. It's still a too large context, it says. It says I should say at, and the file to the actual script, which was the car script. I should just say update this, like my prompt was basically something like add momentum to the car so it doesn't drive like this, and so when you press it starts, or then when you stop it has a braking time. That's what I wanted to add. So I did this. I first tested it with auto again, but they had the same problem. Over 2 minutes, and it says stop it, use another model, and I changed it to a specific model, and then I got rate limited. This is a graph, or this is how it looks at the AI Studio, Google AI Studio. It's a graph. Here's the rate limit, and then you can select which model, because you have rate limits for each model. And I saw that my rate limit went like that, so I already reached the limit. So then I thought, okay, what else do I have? I don't remember if I asked it what model I should use, or if I just decided to test some. In the Gemini CLI, you basically have a few options, like 7 options or something. So I saw, okay, this one has reached the rate limit. Which one is next best? Or I didn't look at the next best either. I don't know why, but I selected this model, Gemini 3.1 Flash Light. And I usually don't like light AI. I don't want fast AI, I want good high quality AI. And I tested it. Within like 5 seconds, the script was done. Oh my god, incredible success. Oh, I just realized I've been streaming the wrong. I haven't been streaming the whole whiteboard. There we go. Sorry about that, future people. Okay. And so, incredible success. And then I was thinking, am I going to reach, when am I going to reach rate limits? And I selected Gemini 3.1 flashlight in this menu. And I looked at the rate limit for creating this script, and it was like, oh, there. The rate limit for the previous model was around 20 prompts a day. Gemini 3.1 flashlight, 500 prompts per day on the free. I feel like I'm selling something. Google, you should give me whatever, royalties or something for this. Oh my god, give me tokens. But I don't even need it because, okay, so every day I can develop, like if this is for car feature and I was prompting like maybe a total of like 3 or 4 times to get that fixed, and then I got excited and like I added more features to the car and I tested different 5, and then I looked at roads to generate a bunch of roads on the map to see, and that took like 5, and all of this is just like this little bump here, and yeah, that makes things incredibly crazy. So Gemini CLI solves the copy and pasting, so I don't have to do this anymore. This is gone. This is gone forever. And I might need to do some kind of, because it didn't, at one time it didn't find the error that it created. So there might be something that needs to be done. Maybe it needs to be able to run Godot headless, or I'm not sure, but whatever. And this worries me a little bit because I don't know how to paste images in the Gemini CLI, and it's gonna be very bothersome if I make a screenshot and I find the path to the screenshot, then send it there, and then I have to give it rights to read. So that might be a little bit of a hurdle. So that task might have grown. But I don't need to copy the code. I don't need to copy TSN files even. It can write the TSN files. It didn't want to. It said it's not good, it's not safe, whatever. I don't know exactly why it said that. But after convincing it, it actually did change the TSN file. So it seems to be able to do it. It's just like some kind of safety built in. So yeah, I've upgraded once again into my new AI workflow, and it doesn't require a spec. There's no spec engine, there's no Python, there's no harness. I haven't built anything, and I've just improved speed, because I realized here that Gemini CLI is the harness. It's like the first version of the harness. In this conversation where I was talking to Gemini about what should I use, that's when I realized maybe I don't need to make a spec engine, because Gemini CLI already exists. DeepSeek probably has its own, and Claude I know has its own. So if I would just want one smart upgrade, because the spec engine, it didn't come from a smart upgrade. It got ideas like, oh, I can make this upgrade, this upgrade, and then when I went to higher theory with my root AI theory, and then after being up in clouds here, then I went down from root AI to think, okay, the spec engine is a scoped version of a root AI system with just like this feature. But then, yeah, so going through this process, talking to Gemini and rethinking, like I've been thinking about this several days. This solution didn't come from AI, it came from me collaborating with AI. It could have come from AI if I would have prompted it correctly, but then if I would have prompted it correctly, then it would have been relying on me prompting it correctly, so then I would have done it together with AI regardless. I forgot to drink my little... Alright, now I feel quite off. Okay, I need to get back on track. I haven't been sleeping. I've been sleeping 9 hours, but in my dreams I was looking for beds to sleep in. So I was sleepy in my dream. So I don't know if I actually was sleeping when I was sleeping. Because I was tired in my dream. I haven't quite followed my protocol because I haven't shared the stream, but Let's see if I did this. Today when I did this, there's a parking lot to the right here, and I'm facing left. So I don't feel good about bending over forward and showing my butt to the parking lot. But the sun is to the left. So I don't know what to do about that. You know, this feels wrong in a sense. This stance is fine. There's no shame there. Okay, I've done all of the things. No, I haven't shared this stream. So actually, I'm going to change this. Actually, I have changed it quite a lot. I moved this one here. I felt like making the bed after just getting some eyes on the outside. Because then when I go out, I'm like finished inside. So then when I come in, there's no work for me to get back to. I can continue forward. Something like that. Right, I want to share. The challenge today is to activate parasympathetic network, because I think I need more rest. Today, Wednesday. Leveraging AI for Godot game development. That's this today. I'm a bit reluctant to focus on it because I have so many other things, but I'm gonna feel safe. I'm gonna feel like everything is just gonna solve itself. I have my different roles for different days, and as long as I don't die, those roles will be engaged and do their part. And yeah, if I die, then there are other things to prioritize. There we go. Now I go to Facebook. Despair. Someone needs help with a lawnmower. Ten comments, that's good. Now we got X. Remove this part. Get the short version, or maybe I'll get this one today. Oh, I already have that one there. Distraction tags. Brian Johnson. Bad news. Number 1. I have an autoimmune disease. Brian Johnson. His stomach is eating itself. Bad news number 2. 2 to 5% of people have this too. Likely more. Because it's highest. That's a lot. That's every 20 person. Almost. Okay, he's going to transform it and we'll share all. As a kid, he ate sugar cereal, sugar soda, common fast food. Few healthy years in 20s, but became a young father of 3. Stress and grind, let health slip, gained pounds. Chronic depression. Somewhere in the timeline, body began developing an autoimmune process affecting my thyroid, and then my stomach lining. It's called autoimmune gastritis. My hypothyroidism got diagnosed when I was 21 with a routine blood draw. He began proactive management, supplementing with levothyroxine and armour-thyroid. They are the hormones he needed, but wasn't producing. He took the pills daily. The body was able to operate like it was functional, but what he didn't know was that something else was going on inside. The stomach had begun attacking itself, but there was no routine test to find out. So I'm thinking maybe the stress, or maybe this. Okay, I have a hypothesis. The body produces levothyroxine and armour-thyroid. He didn't get it from the body. He got it by eating a pill. So in his stomach, he got this. And the stomach learned to dissolve these things into the body. And by doing that, maybe the stomach learned to attack, to dissolve its own structures that creates this or something. It created irreversible damage, nutritional deficiency, anemia, elevated cancer. Okay, you're talking about iron. Ferritin measures stored iron. Hemoglobin measures circulating iron. And because the body drains its reserve first to keep hemoglobin normal, you can be fully iron deficient with perfect normal hemoglobin and hematocrit. Low ferritin kept getting dismissed because the hemoglobin had circulating iron was good enough. No one asked why the iron reserves wouldn't refill. Coloscopy. It was good health hygiene to have while also serving a specific person searching for a hidden source of blood loss, such as polyp or even cancer in my bowels. Either one of those would have been an explanation why iron kept disappearing. They've been connecting the dots. Iron absorption depends on stomach acid. So one theory was that my stomach acid was disrupted. They also know that the thyroid and stomach autonomous also travel together, so often pairing has a name, thyrogastric syndrome. But against my 27 plus year history of autonomous thyroid disease, the pieces pointed to a single hypothesis: my own immune system was attacking the stomach. To our surprise, my colonoscopy came back clean, a perfectly healthy colon. Better than 95% of colonoscopies of men. First concern didn't seem to be cancer. They combined procedure from the throat to the stomach. Looked looking at more biomarkers. In the blood found elevated levels of anti-parietal cells antibodies, APCA. 5 times the upper limit of normal. 103 against a ceiling of 20. It was a positive result confirming the suspicion of AIG. Then the biopsy showed early autoimmune gastritis. Early atrophy confined to the acid-producing lining, with the rest of the stomach still spared. My team had anticipated this, methodically tracing every line of evidence. Formal diagnosis: AIG, stomach eating itself. So it was not one problem, it was 3, linked to another. The iron deficiency, the autoimmune gastritis driving it, and autoimmune thyroid disease alongside it. He received a 1,000 milligram monoferric iron infusion, so he can get the iron deficiency solved. Okay, they're gonna try to solve the AIG. His immune system is attacking his stomach lining. I don't know why. How did it learn to do that? That's what I want to learn. No, like, how come it does it? How come it started doing that? The live is shared. Now, spec engine, and spec engine is special. It has its own sprint cycle. What is this? Right, this is the spec engine backlog, which is the same as this. Yeah. The purpose of the spec engine is to write game software using spec-driven development and AI. It is a Python program that orchestrates AI agents to develop infrastructure for games. This version focuses on developing in Godot. The spec engine does not create any content. It only creates the foundation for the game. It creates no assets for the game in the first version. The spec engine mainly creates GD script files, but also creates necessary parts of the infrastructure like scene, templates, and connections. The first version of spec engine has been developed. It loads a local coin model and takes in a user prompt and system and creates Godot scripts. This worked after a lot of... no, that's not where I want to go. I want to show the Python code that I had and how it's kind of hacked together to make it possible for Quen to write good code. The problem oh, that's not what I wanted to open. Oh, okay. So that's the folder, and then I click here. This was the first version of the spec engine. A bunch of imports, Olama, sys, a bunch of. This is the version of Godot I was using. This is the model Quen 2.5 Coder 14b. That's the best one that could run on my computer. This is the target file of where it would write the script, test.gd. Then we have two prompts for some reason. Olama or Quen requires two prompts. So one is I call it the leaf executor role, but in the query, the API, it's called the system prompt, and the other is the user prompt. I call it the leaf executor role, and then the spec prompt, because that's how I talk in my root AI system. So you're a single purpose Godot of this Godot. Critical rules: don't write Godot. I don't write don't. Instead, use Godot 4 version. This didn't quite work. It still writes Godot 3 code. And then a spec prompt for this was a scene transition trigger zone. This specification was written by Gemini in the browser. So trying to connect AI to AI to make it seamless. And then it sends it to Olama. Olama starts the AI, and then we get back some raw code sent in this function, and it sanitizes and it changes things from where does it do it? Oh, here. No. It's supposed to change code to go. Oh, here. Force migration to 3. And this is very hacky. Like, instead of calling a node spatial, we call it the node 3D. And then the exportation needs to be changed. Yeah, here. If it just says export, it needs to return. This inner function returns export. I don't usually do inner functions, but Gemini did that. So Gemini helped me write this code. So that's how it works, and then gradually, like, it has to be upgraded with every written piece of code. There might be something that needs to be upgraded from Godot 3 to Godot 4, and that just felt like I have no idea how many things and how to solve each one, and it's gonna take a while to figure out. Most of the time it's gonna take a while to figure out how to change updating the code. I was thinking of using where I use Quen to write the code, and then I send the code to Gemini to approve the code or something, and then send it back. It might save tokens on that, API tokens, but it's just like, if it's gonna do that, then it's basically gonna write the code, like that's what it's gonna do. So why then I can spend the same amount of tokens and just have it write the code and skip Quen altogether. Like AI, the whole problem with AI right now, or well, not problem, but one of the solutions with my system is that I take a big context, which an AI cannot handle. An AI can just handle a little piece of it. I divide it up in a bunch of small tasks, much smaller than people are used to, much smaller than the models are trained on. So if I give a small task, like for DeepSeek, write this script, it didn't do that. It's tried to write a couple of scripts. It's not been specifically trained on one thing. I want a model that is trained on writing one line of Godot script code. That's what I want. That's how small context I want. That model can be so incredibly efficient and small. The only thing it needs to do is write a line of Godot code. And then connect that to someone who writes a pseudocode for a function. So this agent writes pseudocode for a function, and then this AI takes that and writes spec prompts for every line of code for Godot. So it knows Godot. I don't know. This might as well combine it to something like that. I don't know. Here, that's the thing. When humans is developing programs, this is not how small you divide a task. Like a human just takes the whole context in the brain and then just writes a whole. They think about the architecture, they write the whole script, and they do all of these things without putting names or deciding what the task is. Or yeah. So yes. So I decided to basically, on Monday I discovered this other workflow, which I'm going to show you. Yeah, 2 days ago, here, 500 limit, and this is to create all of it, like not just the car script, but also creating procedural row generation. Well, not procedural, but row generation, vector rows. So what I'm going to do today is test the system and create a better workflow so I can use this system tomorrow when I'm going to develop map editor features. That's the idea. And I might still make some kind of spec engine that calls Gemini CLI or Gemini, the API key for Gemini or something, to save even more time or make something more efficient. I don't know. But the first thing is to go in the backlog and I guess the spec engine starts off as a workflow. So the spec engine is a workflow right now. It's not a piece of software. Yeah, here's what I was looking at. API costs. Here's the backlog. Here's what I did. On 29th. I feel like I should just do something like this, and just all the things down there are done. Okay, AI race, DeepSeek news. Nope, I do not need to know more about DeepSeek at this point. GM local route AI for No, I don't need to look at that either. Move the main tasks to spec any backup or change the route. Okay, it has not changed to that, but so I can do that. That's very quickly done. Transferring in tasks. This is not move, this is not spec engine, bureau, not set, no, 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 not spec engine, not spec engine, not spec engine. Yeah, done, there was no there. Spec engine agent roles version 1 suggestion. Right, here was the idea to use Quen for director engine, Quen for spec planning, Quen for scene composition, Quen for code agent. Yeah, this is like trying to get the engine to write a whole feature, basically. And I could change here, instead of using a llama, I make a call to the Google API, to the Gemini API. But yeah, I guess automation is the goal today. So I might get back to this. But for now, I'm just gonna rerun my workflow. I wonder. Here, I'm gonna put heading 1 and say version 1. Gemini CLI. Using the 500 free prompts on Gemini 1/light, I generate code. I prompt it to generate code for me. The agentic ability enables it to save time from the previous workflow. by reading and writing files by itself, as well as yeah, that's the main thing. You can read and write files by itself. It might be able to error messages, but this has not been proven yet. So the workflow. Spec Engine version 1 is not a piece of software. It is a workflow where we use Gemini, CLI, open it up in the Godot prompt. We prompt Gemini to have it write files. It can agentic read files in Godot project, write code, Godot code for scripts, write TSCN files for scenes. It just blows my mind how like this new workflow is something to grasp. It's something. It is certainly a leverage situation. Like it changes, levels up my workflow yet again. Like, yeah, I've gone from like my journey. I should change the subject, by the way. Gemini CI for Godot, or maybe Spec Engine. Workflow version 1. There we go. Right, my journey. I need to rehearse my journey as well. Let's get a bad pen for this. Reuse one of the bad pens. Okay. My journey. I started level with chat. I copy pasted code. Then I went to Claude. There was ChatGPT, or I don't remember, Gemini or Claude. And then with Claude I could do projects where the AI had already a bunch of files. It had context, so I didn't have to add in knowledge all the time. Then I went agentic, and I installed a Claude Code on my machine, and this was incredible. This completely changed everything. And then I ran out of tokens. This was last month, so during last month I've been looking at solutions. Like, if you have a budget, then this might be a really good solution. So I started to look at Olama, and it didn't work out well. So basically from this I went back, because this also requires tokens. So I went back to this. Where are you? Free. Went back to this. And then talking to Gemini, I came to this new today, where I have Gemini CLI. Because I get free API. And it's the same as Agentic. It has the context. Well, I haven't set it up yet, so it doesn't have the context yet. But yeah, that's where I am right now. I thought that would take longer. I'm glad it didn't. We don't need that one here. So the workflow. This is one, so we'll give this heading 2. No, it's smaller. Heading 3. Heading 4. I'll get rid of this space. Yeah, identical with this. Heading 3. Workflow. Heading 3 also gets. Okay. How does it work? I'm just gonna do it and then see what it means. Okay. I feel like this is something that where I need more sleep in order to be doing well. But basically I have a Godot project somewhere, like here. And here I open up Gemini, and it's already set up. It's on model auto. I don't want that. I want to just select 3.1 flashlight. I haven't tried the other ones, but I get 500 here. It's good enough for me. Now I can use it for whatever. To develop, like I can improve driving. Let's open up the Godot project. Take a look. Would you look at this? What kind of car moves like that? Yeah, right, I changed the interface So you press once to it's a drifting game. It has become a drifting game. You press once to have the next gear. So you can drive around in this little town. The roads are a little bit too not small, not big enough, so I'm gonna make them a little bigger. Now they're 8 meters wide. I'm not sure how wide the roads are. I'll do a little bit of measuring. How wide are the roads in Jörn? From, whoa, wait, why does it stick like that? 4.96, so they're 5 meters wide. Is my car really? How wide is the car? .8 to 1.9. Huh, I didn't know that. 1.8 then. Collision shape. 1.8. What? I feel like it changed like everything. Not just width. Oh, maybe because they're linked. There we go. Height. Get the height of car. Feet. What is that? Feet. Oh, this one is 2 meters wide. Okay, 1.7, 1.5, 1.8. I think 1.7 is kind of want that size. 1.4, so 1.5. Oh, it's already 1.5. And length. Oh, great! It says length of the car. So 4.7. Meters, please. Oh, this is interesting. Very nice. This could work for the game. It's too fresh. My game needs to look more realistic, like a diorama. But if we have to go that way, we will go that way. 4.1 for that car. So maybe it is 4.1. And I think I have it already on 4. Maybe the block shape becomes bigger than the car. I could change the mesh to a car mesh, but that distracts me. I think it kind of distracts me. Can we get a free? I wonder if Gemini can create a blender. Create a 3D alone poly 3D model of a car mesh of a car, and put it in the frame folder. It seems to be able to try. Why does it say cuts there? Approved. Yes. Okay, that doesn't look too impressive, but okay. You fractured the TSN file. Replace the box mesh with a structured car mesh node container. 2 mesh instances, body, cabin. Preserving the collision shape. Okay, let's see what did we get? It actually did it. It's not that good, but it is kind of good. How's the size? Did it change the transform? Yeah. 1.8, 0.7 in height. I guess, like, we're making a game. It doesn't have to be realistic. It's more important that it looks good and it's fun. So let's see how this plays. Instantly everything became more fun and you get a different feeling. It's a drifting game. It's whoa! It's a I think we're gonna have different scripts. We're gonna save some scripts. We're gonna save this one as the drifting car, and maybe you can unlock it in the game. This one is hard, but maybe it's faster than the other ones, or maybe doing the drifting is makes it faster somehow. It can go even faster. How fast can it go? This is kind of fun. This is kind of hard, but it's fun. Kind of fun. It's not, it still needs, like, imagine having houses here that you bump into, and some sounds and some effects and a purpose. It's great. Now I feel like the next part is to get this into the game, and this is a test project. So I could either open Gemini CLI in the Godot project that I have, the main one, and it has a Git version handling, so it's not really any problem if the AI Gemini writes any strange piece of code. unless it starts to do strange Git actions, but which I don't think it will, especially if I don't ask it. I don't intend it to have to do that at this point. I don't want to give the rights to it to do that. So what happens if I do that? Then I go into the project. I open it up in the Godot. Ask it to change these things, and then it changes the things and makes a commit. Or I might do something like I rename this script that the car has. And this is kind of good because then the AI has a different, a clean session every time. Like it doesn't, I haven't loaded it with any confusing context like that aligns it to create a specific architecture. Because if I put in the context that the project should have a certain architecture and I want to change something, just move a file or something, then the AI might change things back to the architecture in the context. So that becomes more upkeep to keep upkeep the context, the architecture. It becomes different. I think the next level is to work towards that. But the first step now is to just make this kind of last hurdle, so it actually writes script in the project. It is tempting to have a bunch of different scripts for the car. And it might be worth it to actually have, yes, it might be worth it to have and make it possible. I run playtest where people try 4 different steering interfaces and they say which one they like the most. And that's the starting script, at least. That's the one I use for the target audience. That's good. I initiated a micro movement without thinking about it. Perfect. Good job. And this is crazy. Gemini 3.1 flashlight could generate a low poly. It seems like it can generate placeholder assets, which is great. Okay. I don't see why I wouldn't just open it up in. And there's no, like, it's so modular, I can just close it and then I'm back to normal. I'm gonna move some of these stuff to my real project. I'm gonna move one by one. First I'm gonna do I'm gonna change the name of this one. Car controls, or just car. car drift. Drift King. That's the name of that car. The Drift King. Or maybe I have controls. Drift King. It contains, I think it contains slightly other things as well. No, it only contains car controls. But it is on the root, on this here. So later on there might be a complexity that this might be some kind of main script, and under that I have controls, and yeah. But for now I think this is the best way of doing it. Oh, my back feels sore. My lower back feels sore after Kundalini yoga yesterday. I have a little headache as well. I need to rest my back somehow. Okay, can we open the in FileMaker instead of FileMaker? Great. And then we open another Godot, which is the actual Jörn Mysterium project. And in the driving, we're gonna add a new folder called cars. Car scripts. Car scripts. Car scripts. And we're gonna put in car control there. I'm gonna rename it to standard. I think it's the standard. You press forward, it goes forward. Press backward, it goes backward. You press to the side, nothing happened. If you press forward and side, you turn. Press backward and turn, you turn. Oh, I entered the scene there. Good. Then we also want Drift King. Actually, let's open up this. Here we go. Drift Queen also goes in there. I wonder if I should put in road network and stuff. No, I don't think so. I'm gonna keep this project clean because the road network stuff is it's not even planned, and it's not related to driving a car. I need to make that. I think I'll probably use both. Maybe I use both Godot projects because I can develop a single feature and focus on very modular thinking in the root AI project. But I do have to copy things over and reconnect things. That might be good to do work in the actual Jörn Mysterium. It should be like the Drift King is is a you have gears. I wonder if I should spend time testing that, or if I just should make a simple one version. It's not good for the community building of the project to just make a decision and not have the community test and give feedback. But it takes so much time having the community test and give feedback. I know what I will do. I will not have the drift king in the main project. I'll just have one car there, and in the test one I can have several different ones. Like that. Yeah, I think that's the right way to do it. Yeah, I think that there's something to it, like it also helps me force things to be modular. Because if I develop it in one project and then I move it to the next, to the GM project, I really have I have an extra process which keeps the project pure, keeps it clean, and like all of the things that the AI created and tested and tried, changing settings, a lot of things that I might forget that AI did, that those things are gone, and I just change the things that are necessary to change. But I think I should keep a history of changes, and now I just realized that maybe Git is a good way to keep the history, and that making small commits, now I understand why small commits are good. Okay, I feel like I should have learned that a long while ago. Yeah, I'm gonna keep the workflow that I work in the root AI project, because the root AI project doesn't need to. But I want to have a bank somewhere. And I don't want to have it in the root AI sandbox. I want to have a bank where I can put the drift king, like if I want to just look at it quickly, get it back. If I had a really good Git program, then I might be able to easily check things like that. And I think the workflow is like keeping we keep the GM projects clean. We do this. Keep GM projects clean. Workflow principles. Gemini works in the root sandbox project. Gemini, we test changing settings, creating scripts, testing things, breaking things. We can change anything. When the user story is complete, feature is complete, we manually move it to GM project. This ensures two things. We rehearse what is important for the feature, settings, files, etc. 2. It is an additional layer where we don't need to clean up GM project at all. It's always clean. Korean. The manual movement is an additional filter. Receive clean features. Gemini works in the root AI sandbox project. We can break anything. We can delete anything. There is no Git history to care about. We are free. We don't have to think about any other thing that can distract from the EM project. We make sure that the feature we develop is as modular as possible. Because since it has to work in this empty project, it must be since it has to work in this empty project and it has to work in the I think that might be the gist of it. So maybe we should try it out. Let's try it out. What else do we need? Do we have planned that we can improve? I think I want to improve the driving experience more. Or maybe that shouldn't be prioritized. What should be prioritized? Making the game work. How easy is it? Should I think about the map? I've already started working on the map. Yeah, let's think about the map and the file sharing. Actually, that's too much thinking. I need something that's easier, that has value, that needs to be done. Updating the car model. But this is interesting. If it changes the TSCN file, can I just move the TSCN file? Things became a little bit more complex now. Modularity makes things more complex sometimes. Because this one is a mess. Yeah, let's clean it up. Get rid of the trees. Animation tracks. Let's get rid of the ground. We keep that one. We keep that one. And what I want to do is change the 3D model of the car. So where did it put the... Yeah, that's the car TSN. Okay, let's... Scenes. Here, car TSN. I wonder if this will work. If I copy this one and I go here and I replace it, and then I go here. The same file structure. Fix dependencies. Okay. Wait. Okay, this one works, and this one is red. Did it work? It seems to have been worked. I feel like it's the back of the car. It's like not four-wheel drive, but four-wheel turn. Like, it's a very strange kind of car. Yeah. But we don't need to upgrade that actually. It works. That's like the first thing is to get everything working, all the modules in place, the structure, everything. And I wonder... I like the scripts that I did regarding generator, but they need to be cleaned up. Like, this is a very smart way of handling roads, except that sometimes we have this. So the feature kind of, it needs to be updated a little bit maybe, or maybe this is enough for now is cosmetics. It's when we're drawing the roads. And then I would just take a chance that it's possible to make it nice enough. What I have right now is this road JSON. No, I think. No, I think I got us. Yes, I gotta clean it up and use whatever I have here. Okay, the road network is here. Now, in order to decide the road network, I need to decide on the file sharing features, but at the same time, it should go iteratively. No, I think I need to work on that tomorrow, the road network tomorrow. And I already have that in there to focus on the file sharing protocol. So it's enough like it is right now. What I need now is more something like I need the correct size of a parking there. How big is the parking space? How big is a parking space? Meters. US, US standard, European, US compact. Oh, that's interesting. US have much bigger standard. That's interesting. Okay, well, let's say 5, 2.5. Five is Y, that's top. 5. Size is set here. 5. 5. And then the height. Now I'm basically updating the TSN file. And the height will need to fit a car, and the car is 1.7, so maybe 2 meters in height. There we go. And since it is 2 meters in height, we will also move it upwards. Position 1 meter up. Transfer position 1 meter up. There. Now we have a nice kind of parking spot where we can do things. Okay. Let's test it out. It's very easy now, you just have to enter it. That's good. Now we move it to the main project. It was the park hotspot TSN file. Where do I keep? Is it here? Yeah, hotspot isn't driving. Good. We just move them like there and replace it. And then we'll check that it works on the other file. Yes. let's do a commit. I think this is how I do it. So how do I change? How do I say git status? Good. Car. So I should have made a different commit for the car and one for parking, but well, I don't think I should. Well, later on I will be focused on one feature at a time, so one area of the thing, a feature or user story, and every git commit in the GM project will be a user story. That's how it will be. Car model plus park size. We did change, we renamed it also. That's good. Let's say car model, park size, car types. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Let's do some micro movements and stuff. Soon it is time for the next port call. Maybe it's time for the next port call already. Yes, it is. Some RVs are coming. Like almost like every week there's at least one RV coming in Coop parking lot. Today it's 2 RVs. And I got a little bit interested to sell my game. But maybe not pre-orders, but maybe next year. I could sell the game on the parking lot at Jörn. I probably don't need to. Well, it depends if the coffee shop is open, and if they find the coffee shop, and in the coffee shop they take the game. So, but I don't want to bother folk. But it's like, I feel like if you're on a trip, you're an RV, you come here, it's highly likely that I think it's highly likely that you want to interact, that you want some novel experience. So having a guy presenting a game about this town might be something cool. I feel like I should be celebrating my success here. And I will do it by doing game development. First, I'm going to rename this one. There we go. And see if it still works. I like this drifting so much. I want the drifting, but I don't want the gear part. Maybe I can separate it in 2 scripts. Like the steering and like gears can be a separate model script. No. I think it's easier to keep it in the same script. So the script has to have a name of like car gears. Let's take a look. this script. Got the gears there. Turn speed and acceleration time. Previously I had more variables, like I could back up, I could do this, but this was when I was in Monday, when I was testing the new workflow. I didn't save anything of it. So maybe I can kind of see. Okay, we hide that one on the side. And this is the git commit. Let's hide that one on the side as well. That's the Jörn Mysterium project. That's the root AS sandbox project. Can I move it to a different place? No. Okay. Alright, let's open up the actually here. Why did it all go outside? What? Where's the auto model again? That's very annoying. Okay. Update the car script so it doesn't use gears. Just adds speed on arrow forward and reverses on arrow down. The UI for this is on the CLI. I don't like it. Can't click around on it. Can't. At driving. Oh, cool. Am I in the right project? Where does it say standard? Drifting. There we go. So it accelerates too much. Okay, the max speed is too fast. Acceleration is too fast. Deceleration, interesting. Turn speed is way too fast. That's an interesting way to drive a car. Okay, I guess we gotta improve the turn speed, or maybe this car is very hard to drive. Damn, this is hard to drive. It is a drift king. It has the drift mechanic, so that's the most important. I wanted to keep this. And you can back up as well. It's, yeah, quite messy. But here we go, we have the, we're gonna put the standards here on turn speed of 2, 0, put the standards of 10 on that, put the standard of 10 on that. But maybe we'll improve the max speed to 15. Oh, it changed here. So to just get, yeah, now it's more interesting. But it's drifting so much. Is it possible to learn this? It's like it's kind of. Maybe deceleration, if you increase deceleration, maybe then it's easier to change direction. Deceleration is way too fast. Like you're here and you can just decelerate like that. Parking turn speed, parking sharpness factor. Move and slide. It's just a simple function. Interesting. Now let's move the drift king to the main projects. I've decided to do that now. There, 2 models. Great. Now this script is going to be changed to the standard one. What? What does it say? Drifting there. Okay. This one still drifts. Or does it? And you kind of drive it. Like a beginner. This is important, that it should be possible and fun to drive it first time as a beginner. It accelerates too fast for a beginner, I think. But I'm not sure. We'll get back to that. That's not the most important thing. Yep. Good. We better do a git. Then, how is my tea? It's not yet done. The micro movement, the goal of the micro movement or move through the day protocol, it's actually to move every 10 minutes. Because every 10 minutes your fascia settles. So you wanna move it up every 10 minutes. And that, I think, is roughly how kids move. Before you tell them to sit still. And you program them to sit still. And they do that. And they continue for the rest of their lives to sit still. And their fascia restricts and they silence their intuition to spontaneously move, because it's strange in the culture for adults to move. In the Swedish culture, it should not. Okay, what's next? Well, first off, it's a success to use AI for leverage. If I wouldn't have had these Mondays and Thursdays, Mondays and Wednesdays on improving AI workflow, I wouldn't have gotten here. And I got here pretty quickly. Yeah, if I wouldn't have gone this way, I would continue being non-agentic and using Gemini CLI. Just talk to the code paste. So, leverage task was not a leverage trap task, it was a true leverage task. great return of investment, fast return of investment, short cost, big bang buck. Now, what was the next thing? Yeah, I was thinking about starting to work on the point and click mechanics. Let's see what we can do. Right now, we just have you park into this space and then you load a scene. And yeah, now it's game design. Now it's no longer spec engine improves this. Yeah, this is interesting. The leverage task has gone faster than the rest. Maybe I can either start to work like on the map editor, the map and sharing file formats, or on the point and click stuff. Tomorrow is the whole day for a map, so I would prefer to work on some kind of point and click situation instead. But I don't want to develop something that I'm going to remove later. And what I want is a scene, the MVP on the point and click mechanics, that's what I want. But in order to decide on that, I need to go through the whole game director process. And I just remember that 12:15, it's in 45 minutes, that's when exercise starts. I might move this protocol to after exercise, because I kind of don't like the idea of having caffeine and exercise, because then I feel my body less and I feel the caffeine more. Maybe today is a day where I shouldn't drink any caffeine at all. I'm tired. Wednesday, spec engine dev. I've done that. I could update the sprint backlog with what I've done. Could write a history document. today the exercise will be Qigong. This is rare. A complete empty backlog. That's freaking rare. I'm gonna take a nap. Oh, I don't need a terminal to run. I just needed the... Oh, interesting. Which car am I using? It's a standard car. Okay. I don't have a word for nap, a text for nap. It's a new concept, nap. Check Google Call task. That's probably what I fixed yesterday. Where is it? Fellow works. Get July income date. It is the 1st of July, so I can do that. But now I'm napping. That's a nap. How long did I nap? Three hours, maybe? I didn't come with many ideas. Got 2 ideas. One I forgot. And one is just to continue with point and click. Actually, one idea is to do nothing. And just settle. And then kind of like accept my success, or something like that. I don't feel like doing Qigong. I feel like eating. Yeah. I'm a little too late with the chocolates. But maybe I'll eat chocolates anyways. I'm gonna portion my spinach today into 4 portions. 12. And that's 6. Upgraded meal. I think today the best thing I should do is actually to mentally prepare for the trip. Or well, that's what I'm gonna do right now. Just imagining the whole trip from start to finish. And imagining an amazing result as well. Because it does make me anxious. It does. Just thinking about the local train station and going there to catch a train, that makes me anxious. Maybe the goal is to see the trip as a very small, insignificant step. Like it doesn't matter how it goes, really. Maybe I can, instead of imagining doing it, I can imagine if it fails and feel. Because then I would feel like, oh okay, well, if I fail with the trip, then nothing dangerous can happen. And I can feel calm. I don't know. This is good. I thought the garlic would do much more. Oh yeah, haven't added ginger. So just call and everything is solved. food done. One of the most important with food is to feel good after eating the food, from having been eating the food. I'm trying the Lidl Resorb here, and apparently it contains the same amount of potassium as the regular, so the Resorb was not a scam, only the vitamin C. Or the vitamin C might, I don't know. For the trip I'm gonna pack extra. I'm gonna pack abundance, so I can eat as much as I want. All the things that I bring. So I don't have to worry about that. The less worry, the better. There's probably like 100,000 ways that can be like 100% chance to happen if I just knew about it. If I just knew about it. I'm gonna check social media. I might order tickets. This is my budget. Yeah, I'm gonna do reset. This is one thing I can do to settle some of my nerves. I just realized I haven't spent my Cloud AI budget. I can either spend it on food, or I can spend it on like Claude Code and have Claude Code talk to Gemini. My mind is freaking blown. My mind is blown. The heck? What am I supposed to do? Now I have too much money. Okay. I have 1,261 crowns. And I'm gonna see what has happened. Right, there were two unexpected expenses. 3. It's the bank for 45. The name sheet for TistouGames.com, that is billed 29th of June every year. That's 185 for that domain. And then my mobile phone, 208. Wait, did I pay? Right, there were 2 mobile phone bills. Yeah, the unsuspected there. That they would charge for the month that I didn't have mobile phone access. That's annoying. It's easier to not deal with it and just give them 200 crowns, even if it's a lot of money at this point. So, fellow, there you go. Have the free money. And then, yeah, I did a little shopping. Okay, so Cloud AI has, I'm just gonna remove that one. This is kind of done. I'm just gonna see how much I have left instead of doing like that. I gotta say, let's say I can't afford any more food for July. I spent, like, budget wise, the budget comes in here, and then I have this trip So that's where I am right now. Yeah, makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. No, it doesn't. Oh yeah, it makes sense because of the hidden fields. I almost feel like because I found the free option, then 250 were removed from my budget elsewhere in my life. Automatically. So I'm thinking of doing this, but that's why I'm gonna check social media at least one last time to see if someone have answered my call. No, someone is selling crystals. Why am I in that group? Crystals. There's no problem in using this, but in an emergency it might be hard to figure it out. So you should probably test it. You just go out, put your foot there, and you bend one knee and put the other foot there while you're holding here. And then you put your other foot here and your hands here. And then you bend your knees and you put one foot there and one foot there, and you hold this. And then when you're here, you have your hands here and your feet here. You move one hand here, and then the other hand here, and then you move one foot there and one foot there, and then you can go down. You don't need that many letters, to be honest. Funny. What is this? Huh? Can you die of toxoplasmosis? Hmm. Yeah, I think I got this one when I was younger, because we had 10 cats There's no way we could have avoided it happening. This makes me happy. I begin to think about my map editor. It's interesting how it looks like this map would be really boring. Like it doesn't look like this map would be that much fun. Seeing it from this perspective is fun when you play the game, but it doesn't look like this magical place. But it is. When you first play this game and you are able to ride a horse or run around in this area, it's like a playground. Playground doesn't always look very fun. The good playgrounds, they don't need to look fun. They need to give agency. They need to give agency to the player or the child. So you got a little forest here you can explore. And it's quite big. It's quite big. And the roads help you navigate to wherever. But the roads are cut off. They decided to not have roads. That's interesting. They decided to cut the roads. Not have it exactly to the end. Maybe they noticed that when people were playing, they were following the roads too much. And they just found it, too much alignment. So they wanted people to maybe follow the roads, and when the road ends, the player gets some feeling of freedom, or they get to choose, and they can find other interesting things, encounter monsters, and maybe it makes it more fun. And then interesting. A beautiful temple. It felt bigger. Is it just 2 rooms? Here you can really sense the connection to the first Zelda game. Using this horizontal. I don't remember this place. What is this? The right here? Ah, you shoot your arrows. All of these small things makes the game great. Like, you need to get rid of this little thing, and that's fun. And they're not too often placed. Just one there, one there, one there, one there, one there, one there. It's not like you have to do it on every door. It becomes more of a treat than a chore. And the puzzles are contained. Well, not all puzzles are contained, but it makes it easier for the player. It's just you're encountering this situation. Find a solution. This is my favorite temple because of the music and the atmosphere. I really like this temple. It was kind of soothing. I just got a premonition or something. Someone's gonna make a infinite Zelda. Someone's gonna make an infinite Zelda where AI generates new dungeons, generates new story, generates new this, generates new that. So you can just play forever. It will never end. But you will be able to play for a long time, but eventually you will get sick. You'll learn the patterns, and it will not feel the same. And then you'll stop playing, or you stop learning, and then you want to stop playing because you're not learning. Unless they add some more things in, like building relationships with people. If they build something like that, if they sell Dockerty over time, and you build relationships with people, and you can get like new and different items, and you can just, and occasionally you kind of lose your items, old items, or you have to leave them behind in order to get to the next level and stuff. What is this? From this point of view, it looks so much cyberpunk. What is this? Just 4 images in all directions. And an image from above, and from the side. This is the image that you run around in, I think. Maybe. In some huts. Or was it in every hut? What is this? Oh, treasure box shop, yeah. It was such a big leap, going from Zelda to the Zelda 3. Such a big leap, going from this game to this game. They changed so much, and it was such a good decision. But harder to market. Because marketing this game, when playing this game, you got the custom, like you associated Zelda with this colorful, cartoonish style. And then when you see Zelda 4, you see this game, and it looks kind of like, it looks very similar to this one. This one is a little bit rougher. This one is going 3D, so it's a kind of a little bit of strangeness to it. Like it loses kind of a artistic charm or something. Like it becomes more, like everything here is so detailed, and everything here is not detailed. There are many smooth surfaces and straight lines. Here we don't have straight lines. Like these are a bit kind of wobbly. At least they feel that way. More natural. So I think the marketing of this game might be the biggest challenge, have been the biggest challenge. And then it looks completely different. If you look at this game and you look at this game. When I see this, I get inspired and think about my game. Even if my game is not gonna have much of this perspective and stuff, I still feel like my game can have the same playful experience. It's a big game, it's a lot of characters. So many fun interactions. Every character is a fun interaction. Almost. Maybe all, it's not that fun. But and some of them don't appeal to me, but appeal to others. Interactivity. Yeah, I think I'm getting into the right mood. Game director mode. Which is good for point and click, but and maybe slightly for the map. But the challenge with the map editor, it's more of a development optimization situation. So tomorrow I'm gonna have to switch. That will be easy. I will have a whole night's sleep before tomorrow begins. This has the Zelda spirit, I think. Remake. Packaging. What's great about having a game in a box is that you can make a package of it. You can get it for Christmas. You can give it for Christmas. Same with these games. In a box I'm gonna have to have like an instruction manual. Just a very simple one. Plug this game into the computer. If you have Windows, it works like this. Yeah, there's a lot of challenges for the publishing of the game, of my game. That I need to solve. So I think I need to finish the game ASAP. It really is that way. How do I make my producer and product owner and game director on Friday more engaged, so I don't like waste that day? Like, there's so many things that person can do and has to do. maybe he can have, it's empty. You can edit to publisher. And then do we have it on a calendar? Link to the producer. I'm gonna change it to publisher. I honestly don't know what the difference is between a producer. What is the main differences in responsibility between a game producer and a game publisher? It's probably producer is regarding making the game and publishing is regarding selling the game. Why does this look so white at some points? The cream got trapped. The core differences come down to creation, commercialization. A game producer focuses on making the game, while a game publisher focuses on selling their finance it. Yeah. Producer embedded with the development studio. The primary job is project management, ensuring the team builds the game on time, within budget, and to the expected quality. Project management, milestone planning, team coordination, budget and scope, mitigation. Game publisher, an external business entity like Tistou Games. My publishing arm remains distinct. My job as a publisher, Tistou Games, is to fund the project, handle the legalities, and get the game into players' hands. Yeah. Distribution, marketing, financing, QA, and localization. I see. So this is kind of both, and game director, and a bunch of other stuff. Where is the publisher? Where's the publisher? There, timeline. And we add this to published. Did I write published? I wrote published. I thought I was 100% sure I was writing publisher in my memory, but as I wrote this, maybe I was thinking in a different way, like the game is published. Published. Produced. Published. Published. The game was successful. The game was delivered in high quality. What was high quality game delivered on time. I successfully released Jörn Mysterium on the 1st of November 2026. Okay. Weeks. Here I can see, yeah, they go from left to right, but maybe they should go from top to bottom. Yeah, I gotta place things in each week. There are a lot of things that need to be done. Information sheet. And build on Apple, Mac. Building on Windows and Linux is, I don't think that's a big problem. Build Mac, Linux, Windows. Oh, I can't move it because of the images. Like, how many weeks do I need to fix the building? You know? Probably not just 1 week, like probably not just 1 day. I'm gonna need like a budget for it. So in August, budget for building on Mac. Has to be done. Do I write a note? Building the game must happen before an end of September. We must get income at the end of August. That must be budgeted to include building on Mac. Or finding someone's Mac I can borrow to build on. Building on Linux is easy. Building on Windows can be easy. If I find a Windows computer, but I might be able to use Cloud Build or install Windows on the computer, or build from Linux. So that has to be done then. I feel like this link should be way more further up. There. This doesn't need to be that big. Like, shut up. But I can't make it, then will be a subcategory link. think how big is normal text? It is 11. So I'm gonna put this here. Good. Then it's a subcategory of this. That's better. Now it's faster to get this one. Maybe I should put the time. I'm gonna put the time up here. Maybe. No, I need to put it down here. This is the goal, and this is the timeline that leads to the goal. This is the timeline that led to the goal. I can probably push information sheet design here. It's connected to printing. Is the box yeah, I should use my budget to order a box. Actually, something I was thinking about yesterday is to ask people around this town to see if someone can make boxes and wants to make boxes for the game. If someone wants to make 100 boxes. No, if someone is interested in two things. Making the boxes for the pre-orders, and then later on work to make a lot of boxes, mass producing boxes. If someone is interested to mass produce boxes in case the game becomes a success. Easiest way for my mind when it comes to business complexity, which probably might be the smartest, is to just order it from China. Because they have all the systems in place for mass producing. So if I need 1,000 copies or 1,000 boxes, then they can easily give that. But if I have a local that makes the boxes, then they might not be accustomed to that level of delivery. My sister was interested in making these small books for the USB stick, but when the discussion level became professional and serious, the requirement to know how many can be produced and how fast, like how fast can you produce 1,000? Oh, then the question becomes different. Oh, I don't want to produce 1,000, that's too much. So that's why I need a reliable, in case it scales up. I could potentially divide it. So in the beginning you get more of a homemade DIY quality. And then when I need to scale production, then people get this different. but that's gonna feel a bit bad, like some early get DIY and then you expect to get DIY, but you get this cheap version from China, or like this mainstream version. Have I passed the second week? Yeah, this is the week to pass into July. Yeah, YM version week. I passed this one. I'm on this one. So these ones are all consumed, which is kind of scary. Yeah, I gotta make decisions. Not today though. Okay, that's enough thinking of the publishing part. I should probably do this. Also, yeah, I need to do this one as well, but I don't need to do that one today. And here I'm just gonna log in and make my application, and I don't think I could show all of this. My eyes feel strained. With the glasses on. I kept want to remove the glasses, but I need better vision. Yeah, right now I can take a while longer before you see at my site that we have removed your application. Just wait a few days and check my, okay. Don't make any other application. Okay. Every day. Do I get any pay from someone? No. Do I get pension? No. Do I get anställningsförmån, which is not pay? No. I had a program 22 days. Strangely enough, it's always 22 days. It's 22 days. I'm gonna put that in my economy. Oh, it's already in there. stay at the site when you've signed with bank idea. You will get information that we have received. Now it can take a while because it's many people buying. Sign with QR code. I can do that. We're living in the future. We're saving so much time. Society have advanced so much. We have received your application. You will get the money the 26th of July if they have everything. That's good. If the 26th is a Saturday, you get it on a Friday. If it is a Sunday, then you get it on the Monday. Okay, now I need to calculate. June 26th, it's on a Sunday, so I'll get the money on the 27th. Receive activities. Is that how it's spelled? It's receive. Okay. Now we have that. And I can estimate how much it is because I got 22 days. I'm gonna check the previous. Show all of them before. What's this specification? This is 22 days. So it's 9,130 and then treasury taxes. And I think it's same with one. This is strange. It became lower. Nobody told me about that. It lower the activities set in recently. Yes, this was heavily reduced for long-term recipients. Following a major overhaul of the unemployment insurance system that went into effect October, the payments were redesigned to taper off aggressively. New rules introduce a steep downward ladder based on how many days you have been receiving the benefits. So you release less and less with time. I didn't know that. Interesting. Seems horrible, but reality is horrible. So I guess that's what happens. 80% to be previous average. I had very low income. My previous average income was like 8,000 after taxes. It was just to survive and make gains in this town and have the company I worked for have more money so we could survive longer. So my pay was incredibly low, and like 80% of 8,000, that's like 6,000, 7,000. And then it drops to 70, then to 65. Decrease by additional 5 percentage point every subsequent 100 days until hitting the absolute floor. Basic benefit was just to 365 for tax. That is the floor. For long-term number project, this step down cost multiplied down to roughly 5 to 6,000 SEK net. Okay, I'm already at the floor. Probably started at the floor. But the floor, did the floor recently get lowered? Because, let's see here, 22 times 265, that's 8,030. Why does it say 9,130 here? Yeah, I think it got raised last year or something. It got raised. I don't get it. $450. Anyways, this is what I have to deal with. This was in April. I got this in end of April. So this was the money I had from May. And then suddenly 22 days is this amount instead. And that's 365, so it went down to 3. Okay, so I've just hit the floor. So I would expect 6,138. That's tough. 3,000 for rent and then 3,138 for food and game development. It is possible, so I'm just gonna continue. Like, what the hell am I supposed to do other than continue? Continue harder? Maybe? Be more aggressive? Or be less aggressive? Or something? I think being aggressive makes it harder for me to get a job. I think I give a threatening aura sometimes. And this was less than 22 days, I'm guessing. It was 20 days. Yeah, anyway, so this is the estimated amount. 6,100, and so it's this calculation that I had before is not taxed. To make it rough, it is different. I think it's probably very small difference in taxation. Here you can see the difference. Maybe you can see that's the difference between one day. Taxes is 1,892 divided by 22. That's the tax per day. And if you divide this by 21, we get the same tax. So the tax is 86. So 365 minus 86. Let's put that in the calculation. 365 minus 86. I can calculate it, but it's better to keep it like this. And that doesn't make sense. The heck. Okay, this is fun. 8,030 divided by 22. That's 365. Minus 86. Times 22. That's the correct amount. What's wrong with my formula? Now I'm confused. What's going on here? This should say 6,138, but it says less. So the number on the left side here is less than 276. Oh, I wrote 352 instead of 365. Why did I write? Why did I think 352 was? My mind must not be working completely. Okay, well, we got it there. So yeah. Rent for August. So if I don't get more money, then if I want to register my company, I have 500 crowns for food that month. This basically leaves no option than to Get pre-orders, which means we should prioritize lemon squeezy this month. Sales. That's the idea now. Yeah, I'll get back to that on Friday. Is this gonna work? Like, maybe. The worst thing that I can imagine happening is something like Arbetsförmedlingen says you haven't been looking for jobs, even though you have searched for 6 to 20 jobs and you've been doing interviews and you've been talking to your coach, whatever. You've been streaming 12 hours a day about your game. That's not looking for a job, that's starting a company. Why don't you have the starting company path? And then I need to tell about the debt sanitation stuff. And the worst case scenario would they say you're out of the project, no more money. And then I have to apply for social services money, which is no big deal, to be honest. The only thing I need to make sure is that I look for enough jobs, because the requirement is higher from Social Security. So when I don't get any money, then I apply to social services. And I get money from social services instead. And all of the stress leads to me not succeeding with the game, and at the end on launch I have to postpone the launch date. That's what happens. That's the worst case scenario. And I have to tell the people that pre-ordered, 5 people, that the launch date is, I didn't manage to do it for the launch date, I'm gonna have to push it further. And right now the people that I pre-order are people that I know, and I'm pretty sure they will feel quite okay with all of that. Be supportive. That's the worst case scenario. I usually don't try to imagine more about the worst case scenario, because I don't want to manifest it. I like, if you start to focus on things, you start to find ways to do it, like your subconscious finds way to go down that path. So that's why I tend to not do it. But maybe I can think of something like, if I think about it, that becomes like a fallback plan, like a plan B kind of situation. So a place where all of those things are so automated in my subconscious that if I have a question regarding this emergency, I just have the answer there, like boom, boom, boom. And that creates this foundation of understanding of this plan B, so much so that it releases working memory, and in my non-conscious resources for me to think about solutions to improve this baseline. I don't like the baseline, but it is the baseline. That is the baseline. And my Rusta and Macho program will end in a couple of months. Not sure exactly. It probably ends in September or something. So then I will have to apply for Social Security. Unless I manage to get Lemon Squeezy registered and selling pre-orders. I think this is how it is to run a company. I don't know personally a bunch of people that runs companies. I don't talk about these things with other people, but I'm pretty sure they probably have the same kinds of challenges of not knowing the future and having to have a plan B and doing things without knowing if it's gonna work or not. That's what I've heard from all the successful entrepreneurs. Elon Musk says running a company is like staring into the abyss and chewing glass. So you don't know what's gonna happen, you don't know if it's gonna work, still you're chewing the glass, you're still doing the hard stuff, even if you don't know if you're gonna succeed. And then we have Abraham Hicks and Neville Goddard, who have a different point of view. And how I wish I could feel peace doing all of this. To feel peace during the journey, to feel peace during the development, to feel peace during planning, feel peace regarding everything. Game dev occurs here. What is the color of game dev? And I can just have these here. Version 3, version 4, version 5, version 6, version 7, version 8, version 9, version 10, 11th version, version 12, version 13, version 14, version 15, final. Polished. Why did we? Okay, we don't want polished. This is simply Jörn Mysterium. That is version 15. Jörn Mysterium. Did I do version 2? No, I failed that one. I failed these two versions. This version was to make a whole plan for the game, and instead I decided to do iterations and not plan the whole game. So that one failed. This one, I started the iteration, and the idea was to make the first kind of playable version of the game. But I forgot the last steps of making a build and testing it. Even though I made the driving mechanics and stuff, I didn't successfully deliver. Full game dev. Game plan, that was the idea there. And here was a driving map and drive. Map drive. That one failed. And this week I don't have a missing one. It became like Gemini CLI kind of week. What's the size of this? 7? I don't need the quotes. That's simply Jörn Mysterium. So these weeks will take me from this day to this. I want to combine these. Now I'm starting to have fun. This is good. This is good. This is good. This is really good. Okay, and here I want an image of a planning document. Ski for paper. Icon. What character is newspaper Unicode character? Unicode characters. List of Unicode characters. Can you copy and paste from these ones? But I wanna see them. Come on. Here we go. Okay, where do we have a... Oh, so much commercial. Where do we have something that looks like a planned document? A bunch of languages. Somewhere we got so many languages. So many languages. Oh, now we're coming into so many different kinds of symbols. Interesting. Arrows, letter-like. Wow. There's so many symbols you can choose from. But there is a question if it's formatable, if the program can format it. Google Sheets might not support all this. That's starting to look like an icon. We got some clocks. Telephones. I kind of want to use this one to show no and show yes. How do I copy them? Does it work? Oh, that's not where I am. Cool. Can I move this in there? No, I have to unmerge them first. Version 1, version 2. something like that. Yeah. And this one will make it a bit bigger. Not that threatening, just data. Like that, probably. And then I wanted the symbol. Select that and do like that. Game dev mechanics. Oh, that really, that becomes an interesting fact, because then when we fill it with content, like narrative, content. Yeah. Anyway, I wanted a document. Little document. Page. Something with the golden ratio, a square or a rectangle with a golden ratio, and a one corner is, or maybe stacked piece papers. Or now going to Chinese. It's a mix, complete mix everywhere. All of the languages. Private use area, what's that? Oh, you can use it for anything you want. That's why you can't see it. But low surrogates should show something, shouldn't? Vertical forums. Yeah, the distraction tax of this task is absolutely incredible. So much data is going into my mind seeing all this. No wonder I'm gonna get tired from this. So many more! Oh my god. Document. Page. Oh no, it's searching in this. Okay. Maybe not Unicode characters, but standard icons, smileys, emojis. This is what I was looking for first, because this is not a big list. It's very useful, it's a lot of stuff, but it's not too big. I want this car, but I want it in the other direction. think it's this card that I want. Here. Yeah! It works. That makes everything more fun. Inspiring. Oh, I could make all these different. That would be nice to have a motorcycle. Where are the papers? Where are the papers? Where are the papers? Give me the paper. 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 Document. Game design document icon now. Now. Game design document now. Here. This one. That is the one. So that was the plan to have there. What? There we go. And this one failed, and this I have no. But the idea is a point and click. Oh, this one is much cooler. Heck yeah. But it doesn't show that clearly. Maybe this one is more accurate. Like it's a very long, exhaustive plan. That's also why it failed. There we go. Point and click. Let's ask Gemini. I need 3 standard emojis picked for driving my game development, driving mechanics, point and click mechanics, and detective. I know which one is gonna be detective mechanic. Please provide I think there's something wrong with my brain today because I'm not thinking of using AI efficiently. Oh, that's interesting. A mouse. This was not the detective one I was thinking of. Interesting. I like that one. It's not available there. I don't know why I want to put that one there. Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, I can use this box here. That's funny. Packaging week, packaging month. Oh, packaging week 1, 2, 3, 4. Packaging weeks. Weeka. Maybe I'll divide them into numbers. Packaging weeks 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's a good idea. Well, that is pretty straightforward. That is so taking up so much space, but I kind of like it. I kind of like it. I want to be able to like make this area disappear more. This line through is not really showing this that the time has passed. So I kind of want to do something like this, like, yeah, something like that. That's good. That's good. Okay, back to picking point and click. It might be this, but that's not as inspiring. But it is kind of connected to game mechanics, but it's not inspiring. I need something more inspiring. This one is the one I was thinking of for detective. I wonder if it's that's next week. Yep. Look at that. Point and click could be this one. That's kind of good. This one is also kind of good. I like, in general, I like this symbol, but it's kind of, wait, why is this 10? Didn't I make all of these like that? You don't clearly see it there. Maybe I can make a cool background here. Make it more clear. It makes it kind of clear, but all the text disappear. Potentially I can make the text white instead. Nah. It's gonna be like that for now. Can I change the color of this boards? No. The point and click mechanics are very centered around interacting with talking to characters. That is the main value of the point and click. To tell a great story. Imagine Monkey Island. Yeah, that one is kind of good. Smoke. Oh, a scene for dialogue. I could use different ones depending on what epic I'm working on. Each epic can it get. Ooh, I like this one. That's a map. That's from the map. This one nails it, I think. This is the dream. It's too big though. I don't like it anymore. Maybe this one. I think this one is the best. But it's such a boring one. I need something that's inspiring. I want something with characters. Oh, that one is pretty good. Yeah, telling a good story. Yeah, this is it, I think. Yeah, so my idea is this basically. That's what it is. I kind of want to remove this, like this doesn't even exist anymore. I don't know if it's necessary to even keep that. Kind of is, to kind of remember like how fast I work kind of situation. I kind of think this one might be better than make it more focused, more high level, I think. Less distracting. Yeah. A little bit of action. A great story, a great mystery, a great detective game. I kind of want these boxes here, but maybe I'll change to the emojis for those. Oh, that's funny. I was thinking of these as sprint charts. Like, money number go up. That's a good sprint chart. No, it's not. It's reverse. Whatever. Boomerang. Would be funny to have one mechanic to have its own icon. That would be a fun way to create it like a language situation. I like this door. I don't know why I like the door. I like this mirror. It's like an unopened package. A trap. This guy is kind of inspiring looking at this. history, identity. Here we have an X as success. This takes kind of too much. Is this different than this? What happens if I copy that one? What becomes that one? Okay. Yeah, I don't want that one to be that big. But it has to be significant. One less. What? Why doesn't it change? Yeah, something like that, I think. Oh, there. Yeah, this one makes it like, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's a small deal. And here, we don't know yet. So I'm gonna put both of them here. Do we use this one or this one or this one? These are unknown. What? There we go. Good. The published game now has something. And at some point we reach MVP quality, which is the real MVP quality. Or as long as the game is fun, come on. Don't think so much about perfection, it just needs to be fun. Is Friday available for narrative? Should be for content maybe. I don't know how much content's gonna. Something like that. At some point these ones are gonna be moved down here or something. It's gonna be content here. Let's say after the next loop here. Then I start to work on content. Something like that. It's similar to my big iteration and small iteration. I have one iteration to create one version of the game, and then another iteration to create a game. A big iteration. And this is good. The driving mechanics get a lot of focus. That is the coolest, unique part of the game. And then second part is what makes the game great, using established methods, which is point and click. And then we add a little bit of spice of two detective additions there. I don't know if these ones can be failed or not. When it comes to game mechanics, it's pretty clear. Need this feature, has it or not. But when it comes to content and narrative, like, is this a fun narrative? Do these characters, are they more fun enough to be in the game? Things like that. I feel like this should be a lighter color, or it's too childish to have it that dark. Yeah, that's more like it. And this one doesn't need. There. Clearer. Path is clearer. And I'm gonna put a note here. We have no budget. No budget for available for August at all. Nothing for ordering boxes. Not even to start a company. We have SEK for food. That's it. So we need the orders if we are to invest in something. Therefore, registering lemon squeezy is top priority. Okay, good. This is kind of good, the aha moment of the detective. That might be better. Instead of a looking glass, you have this aha moment, which is more important. That the feeling, that the player feels this aha moment. It becomes more abstract and less focused. Maybe it's a good idea. I think it makes the game better, but it becomes more abstract in making the game, but it becomes more open on what I do on these ones. I create aha moments that have a slightly different. It's good, it's good. That's the spice. So you feel like a detective, having aha moments. And the driving is a kind of a combination of map drive, but I think this one changes to map instead of drive. Do I have? This is interesting. I actually kind of have a track or two more here. Oh, didn't work well. This is MVP. Mechanics, game dev, MP, and here we have mechanics, And here we have 3D town. That's what I wanted to go. But it kind of becomes different check marks. I don't know if I need this. It might be just be distracting. This one didn't have any special work on the first one. Here though. Sprint, this is like the sprint goal. Game dev MVP sprint goal. Or just game dev sprint goal. I can reuse it, like it's connected to these ones as well. We remove those ones. We do something like that instead. And we'll come to that later. There, much cleaner. It's just that the time has passed. Let's make all these ones like that. We don't need to have those details there. I know. Don't need that. What doing? Oh, image. Good. To anchoring this to this. Okay. So the map and drive 3D town. Here's gonna be it's gonna be a text there. The first version. That was the. I was planning the first version there. Yeah, these ones are gonna get different icons. I kinda want an easier... I kinda want a Google Sheet. Can you make a Google Sheet that utilizes shows as many standard emojis as possible on the screen? Make sure it includes every emoji. I feel guilty asking for this because it's so much work for a human, but for this AI, no, that's no. I wanted everyone. Each one. No, only have the icon. Utilize all rows and columns, so it's full, and include every standard icon there from the full emoji list, not just smileys. Cool. This kind a smart way to do it. That's a good start. What? The same as before. Code was good, but the sheet was like the one was only contained some smileys. It's such a some good, but some there are just text, no emoji. I think the right one is more helpful, but it's not good enough. But well, this might be. I feel like it's missing some though. Where are the check marks? It didn't get all of them. Or maybe the check marks are here in a different. Just do one with all of them. You missed some. Make sure you are exhausted. Again with the text, you'll probably, yeah, it didn't work. And then it did several. No, did it just the one? Some are just text. Make sure they all are emojis. Okay, now box as well there. This might be it. Good, but I need one in each cell. So either make a Google Sheet or make a table so I can paste them into. So each icon is in one cell. Okay, it made a. What's going on? Hello there, Tistou. Hello. Anyone there?
Hello.
Hello there, Tistou.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you, Mr. Blomberg? This is Marilyn. I'm calling you from support office of blockchain. And the main reason of this phone call is regarding the frozen Bitcoin account, which is in dormant.
Trying to scam me. You could hear the accent was like they were trying to sound English very hard. They trained artificial English accent. Okay, is this one? Can I export its sheets directly? How come we have some food after all the flags? It's in complete disarray, everything. Whoa, it seems like it's also... Well, maybe. They're in a weird order. Maybe I need to just use a smarter model. I have the flash, but just the standard. 3.5. Oh, this one is the one I use for Godot. Now we're talking. Well, some of them are missing. I guess I can move manual. Oh, these are old versions. No, I don't want to do that. Make more rows and less columns for each tab. Extended. Okay, maybe this will work. I missed didn't. Why doesn't it include each one? You are missing so many. What do? Do I make it? Do I take this as it is, or do I keep going, or do I just use this full emoji list and scroll down until I find the thing that I'm looking for? It's not easy to overview this one, but the one Gemini created is not complete. Maybe there's online. Complete Google Sheets with emojis. Maybe I can. No, I want to see them. I don't want to look. I don't want to search for text. I want to look at them. Do I have, like, should I have a bunch of sheets here with that's not every flag. And then a bunch of I'm gonna have to just skip that one. No, but I really want the overview of everyone. The first row here. I don't have everyone here, but I might check here first and then check here. Almost. And put that in published. There we go. I can use this in the game as placeholders for things. This can be a character. Insert emoji. Insert emoji. Bear. Briefcase. Insert emoji. Briefcase. Are we missing a lot? No, just two more. Card index. Is it card index? So projector. Okay. I could have the link to this one from here, and it's easy to get it. I don't have access to this file. Emojis. There we go. This one? It's kind of distracting. Yeah, I don't like it. Yeah, I want to separate these ones. It becomes slightly more to think about, like when I have this one as well. But I think I need to push that in my head as well. And then I could potentially, tomorrow when I select a feature, maybe if the feature is to place trees, for example. Let's put some icons here. Maybe that's the first feature, being able to place trees. And then I need roads. Do I have roads here? There are the roads here. Could go here, insert emoji, light and bright rows. It's kind of, it doesn't look like a road. Car. Drive, ground, road, no, it's too limiting. Placed 3D modes, something like that. Draw ground. Extract roads. From could potentially draw ground from extracting data also. Vector ground. Vector roads. edit house. Yeah, I'm thinking in the right direction now, I think. I'm doing like I have ADHD workflow where I just do things simultaneously and jump back and forth to things. This one inspires me to think about the map of the game. Maybe I'll copy it and put it in the map. No, sprint. And I will look at it tomorrow. Since it inspired me, I might put it here. It's more inspiring than this whiteboard. Yeah, it kind of connects like the reality of simple houses to these kinds of houses. What's interesting about these houses, they don't have any, they are very simple. They have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 vertices, which is much less than these. Maybe half even. So I can go with this. This is okay. This is an okay quality for the game. But this is what I want. Or actually, this is what I want. Or to be honest, it's more like this is what I want. No, actually, I want this more than this. Because if it's too similar, then it's not unique. It's not going to be a train set, it's actually a game, so it has to have its own style. So this one is like the main one. Maybe I should make this a little bit smaller, kind of. This one is important. I think this one should be larger. And more in the center. And this is like, comes from the real world, and this comes from the real world. And this comes from other games. Maybe something like that. Strange. Okay, this is the first principles, I think. Yeah, this is what I might look at tomorrow. I could prepare tomorrow. I could make tomorrow a success instead of trying to make. I could try to make tomorrow a success. But it does annoy me a little bit. If like this week, I think I gotta do like an emergency change it because I didn't make any point and click at all. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move all this like that, and there was no point and click. Why does this keep changing? Maybe it's because I'm writing like that. No, it's not like strange. And now it's at the bottom. So yeah, this is probably what I need to do, because I feel reluctant to start working on detective mechanics before I have the first principle of the point and click mechanics. Yeah, I could either do the point and click mechanics first principles, but I think I'm gonna leave that to Friday or Saturday. Maybe it's a problem. If I focus on being publisher on Friday, that's far from being a game director. It's not even a producer. So finding first principles becomes put at another day. Maybe I had to divide Friday into 2 chunks. One is publishing and one is game director or producer, or 3 chunks. I'll get back to that. These are just the suggestions. And yeah, these suggestions, they should go into here instead. But that's how I would work on it. So, okay. I'm gonna make tomorrow a success. The subject has now changed to sprint plan 3D town. That's what I'm working on tomorrow. 3D map tool or 3D town. I've already gathered all the documents here. That's good shit. Good shit. Now let's go here. See, I have a little plan here. I have a Gemini chat. Actually, I think I should probably have some kind of break before I work on this, because my head has been pushed in with a lot of stuff. Yeah, I have a lot of stuff that has been in my working memory. I need clarity. That means exercise. I could do exercise now. It's pretty hot. Maybe that's partly why I'm not doing this rate, because I can't drink water. Maybe today is an outside day. Maybe that would make it easier to get rid of stuff from my brain so I can get back to doing this. Yeah, I'm gonna focus in on this. Do I have the first principles? Doesn't look like I have first principles. Oh, actually I do. Yeah, it's just that it's written on here and somewhere. Yeah, where are the first principles? Where are first principles? I think it's I think I have a like yeah, something like this. Is this the same? Q, JQ, JQ. That's a Gemini, okay. I think it's this. Yes! Come on, load. We need a new folder. That piece of water was good. Good. Now, we're off the spec engine. The sprint plan must lead to this. I was gonna add game mech. That's gonna be there. Monday, Tuesday. Let's move this here. Monday. This makes it. Tuesday, Wednesday, oh, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Got it. Monday, clarity of mind and spec engine plan. Tuesday, game mechanics or upgrade game. What can you do with that? Upgrade game. No, I like game mix better. Then Wednesday, spec engine. Then Thursday, 3D town. Right now it's 3D town. Or it's actually 3D map tool, but it's 3D town is the goal. Friday is published, Saturday is sprint plan, Sunday is domain. Okay, good. Good. We don't need this one. Clean up a bunch of stuff. We don't care about Paris anymore. We don't care about that part anymore. Let's just delete that. Yeah, we're not gonna focus on AI news anymore. Just it's old. Don't need that. No, we're not gonna think about that. No! Distraction tax. That's movements, good. Gateway movies. I might use that one. This one, I kind of want to hide somewhere. There we have Genesis, if I need that. That's good. Live stream. Maybe move through the day. It's there. No. For some reason it should be there. And then all of these ones should go into clarity of mind. Huh? Or domain, maybe. Exercise. There we go. Do we need this? No. That's all we need to focus on right now. That's what we need to think about. And now I was thinking, should I do a jog? Or is that too straining on my knees? I need to rest my back. Yesterday I was walking far. I kind of want to go outside, but I also want to make qigong. Potentially I could go outside and do qigong outside. The problem is I had no video outside, so I would have to use the phone. And there might be mosquitoes outside. Cars rolling in and out of the parking lot. store. Very warm and moist in the kitchen, not like it was here once before. Qigong. It will bring me clarity. But I don't want something heavy on the legs. I just want healing Qigong stuff. Nothing fancy, just the most healing, whatever. Qigong for beginners. Yogi, yoga plus Qigong. Why did you decide to mix them? It's not a dangerous thing to mix them, but, well, it might be dangerous, but because they cultivate different things. So everything might become jumbled. Follow the long wars about this. You should pick one thing and stick to it. If you want to reach enlightenment, that is. There's a lot of information in this. I'm not sure it has time to explain everything. This is something practiced in Falun Gong. I don't know if it comes from Qigong or if it was invented in Falun Gong somehow. Now you can hear neighbors playing hockey. I'm gonna give this one a chance. Might be good. And it doesn't contain any straining. And yet again I cannot stream the sound, so you can only see. Spitting plant. It's interesting. I can see like the stream proves like how my mind is like at its limits or something like that.
Hello friends.
That's pretty well. See you in a bit. That was great. I got even inspired to listen to this music, and I got inspired to eat the rest of my food. It's not enough break to get rid of everything that was before. It's not that like I'm ready to work on the map thing. I'm a bit reluctant to pressing this to listen because you can't listen and having the stream active at the same time. Maybe that's one of the most important things during the travel, that I continue my Qigong practice. Or maybe it's most important that I continue every day Qigong. Maybe I should have 3 workouts during the day. I have 1 aerobic workout, I have 1 Kundalini workout, and I have 1 Qigong workout. Each 20 minutes or 30 minutes long. That might be a good way to get breaks from things. Yeah. This is the meal, chili, dried sun-dried tomatoes, an apple, daily a lot more cheese. Feels like it's too much cheese, but I'm gonna eat it and see how I feel afterwards. It doesn't feel refreshing. I feel like I should be eating more light stuff. This is too heavy. thinking about the trip. I had one crazy idea of just going to Stockholm, and then when I arrive in Stockholm, then when I was standing there at T Central, I've gone off my train. I don't have any place to stay. I haven't booked anything, and I just take it like that. I'm just gonna spend one day. So if I have just my clothes on me and one change, that's good enough. Maybe I'll be able to fit it in my small bag. I'm gonna do like a practice. I wish I had a little table here where I can put all the things that I'm gonna get used during the trip. Then I could have that as a practice, and then I can practice. Because in Stockholm I will not have, well, I might have access to like a small kitchen to cook things, but at the same time I might just eat very light during those days and keep it very, keep the trip altogether light. And just no whiteboards. I'm not gonna bring any whiteboard. I'm just gonna bring this with a bunch of sheets. I have this. Then I can do as much game design as I want. When I was making the other game, Tactor, this is what almost all that I needed. I needed sheets that had squares for that game. But I can, like, if I just needed whiteboard stuff, I can basically use this, and I can draw point and click environments. I can I can sit in the town square and draw a person and sell the drawing. Yeah. So I think this is most, like, maybe I won't even bring a computer. Maybe I won't even bring it. That will clear my mind, like that will completely blow my mind how simple life is. It will be like a forced emptiness. And I will probably get anxious to get back to work, so when I come home again I'll have enormous amounts of power to work. And it will just be so many thinking stuff. And I can, all the ideas I can put here. I might bring the recorder. Yeah, maybe I bring the recorder and make like a history of the journey on the recorder. Or I might do live streams on my phone, just documenting what I did. I mean, it's instantly starting to create a bunch of systems to produce a bunch of data. I don't think I should use those reflexes. But one thing that would be good with the computer is that I would have access to all of the game design documents very easily. I see them on a screen instead of seeing them on a phone. But seeing on the phone might be good enough. Yeah. There will be like a separate sprint that happens during the trip. I'm gonna check one last time for social media. Otherwise, I think I got a book. Do the booking. Then I have a wealth of opportunities, and it's only 600 for 2 nights. Then I have like a stable base, and I can do whatever I want from there. Yeah. Okay, so where do we have that kind of calculation? Let's remove this. Stay. You didn't save it? Oh, I found them. I should link to that document from here, shouldn't I? And I've already done this work. I've already found the first principles for this. And I even started listing features. And I have here listed all of the features that I think are needed. And even some of them are categorized into MVP must. Whew. My mind is getting clearer for some reason. I think it was Qigong that started to make it clear, which enabled me to relax and let things clear out, and allowed me to stop trying to push things into my head, instead let things go out of my head. It makes me happy every time I think about the fact that 2 nights is just gonna cost 600, which means I have 400 left, or at least 300, for food. And I need food for I don't know. I can probably pack food for the trip there. So I have on the train. And during the evening, or I might eat something, like have a little celebration in Stockholm. I've arrived safe, I go someplace and eat, and I spend like 100 crowns just on some evening food. But I would want to eat something light, like maybe I would just get a piece of bread, maybe a piece of tofu, I don't know, maybe a salad, which I just buy a salad and then I eat the salad. What brings the finish line of the game closer? Like the date before it's done, closer. If I have clarity of mind, stability, peace of mind to think about, game mechanics. Or take whatever role I need to take. If I'm gonna go by the weekly schedule, then Monday will be focused on cognitive clarity of mind. Maybe I'll handle these things. This is already done, I did that today. Oh, maybe I shouldn't. Then it's clarity of mind and planning the spec engine. Improving the spec engine. But now with my new workflow, I'm not sure if I want to improve it more with the spec engine. At least I think that's not, I think that's a future problem for that day. And today I focus on, well, today is actually spec engine development day, so in a sense I should be thinking about spec engine. But the day is over, I've already finished this stuff. I'm successful. I'm not only finished for the today's stuff, I'm finished for a new workflow that makes everything faster. That's why I'm thinking about this stuff. Don't steal the apples. This is tomorrow's problem. I wanted to find where I had the data for the trip. Is it here? Trip 2 nights. Yep. Okay, so the cheapest one is this. This one was the sports one. I think this is the nomad one. And this. Oh, this is a normal cave. This is normal guarded. Huh? Non-refundable. Oh yeah, I was thinking having refundable. In case something happens in Stockholm. I just know that nothing will happen in Stockholm. I just know it's gonna be one of those trips that I go there, I don't know what to do all day, and then I go home. So maybe I should plan something, like I could look for things to do. But what would I do that would be good for my point and click mechanics or for my game? Probably something that has nothing to do with the game. True escapism for me. Two nights for 603. And this is less than 600. From 6 to 8. 594. Wait. How did this become cheap? Maybe it's gone up because it's closer in time. Oh, no, it's because it's 4 bed, 8 bed, 12 bed. I wonder what kind of people sleeps in. Oh, 14 bed. Beds in one room. the more people, the highly likely there's gonna be like a party or something that makes it hard to sleep. And it's gonna be tricky for me because I prefer to go to bed before 9 o'clock. So I'm gonna be sleeping, and then 3 hours later they come in and party or something. So I'm not gonna get sleep. I do sleep with air protection, but it's for construction work, so it's not really, yeah. I feel like 14 bedroom is risky. Or bed. It's gonna be more peaceful. The 6 bed. How come 6 bed is less expensive than an 8 bed? Only 1 bed left. That's kind of fun. Then I know there will be 700 other people in there. Maybe for the game the best thing is to get the cheapest possible. But if I don't get any sleep, then that's probably bad. So improve sleep quality, then it's probably this 4 bed. But this is more high quality, like it looks so much nicer, this place, compared to this. I'm gonna get more sleep here than I get here. From 6 July to 8th of July. Gotta double check from 6 to 8. Basic 6 bed, mixed dorm, non-refundable 1 bed. 294.97 times 2 nights. 594, total 594. Payable now. I don't get what payable now is. Actually, I gotta check. I gotta double check where it is. Location. That is a good place, I think. It's walkable from all the places. Okay. Now I felt a bit of sadness because I'm sure, like, Stockholm is big. There are a lot of people there. I'm pretty sure someone would love to host me. And when I get this, it will basically be too hard for them. Like, they won't be able to give me the hosting, a couch or someplace. I don't know. Maybe I should get the refundable. Then it's slightly more. It's 30 crowns more for refundable. But it feels cheap to do the refunding. I don't know. I know. It's 53 minutes and 45 seconds left of the stream. Yeah, I'm gonna book the refundable one. That's like my level up in life. That, for me, that's a piece of luxury. 6 tonight's 760 total. Yep. It feels like the most zen thing to do. Why do they want to know my nationality? I can only pay by a card. It's fine. Card number I missed. There we go. Confirm booking for 127. This is confusing. What? What the fuck is this? What is this? 11 euros, 13, or okay, I can select the. Does this matter? I don't get the. Okay, confirming. I see it might need a bank ID, or it seems that works. Do I have to? Well, I'm gonna be at T Central at 20:30, so between 21 and 22 I'll be there. Maybe? Maybe not 21, more closer to 22. Success. Pack your bags, Tistou. Your booking is confirmed. I sent a confirmation email to my mail. Let's check that I got that. Yep. Perfect. From 6 July 2026 to 8 July 2026. 2 nights, 1 guest. It says walking will take 49 minutes. So for me it will take longer than 49 minutes. Maybe 1 hour, 1.5 hours. And I take it slow, take it easy. Ooh, I get to walk along the harbor, that's nice. That's a very easy path to remember. I'm gonna put that in the calendar. Like 1 hour walk. Walk to hospital. Ladugårdsgärdet. Now can I feel safe now? That's what I do the first day I arrive, the first night. Just come there and go there. And I don't eat anything, I just go to bed. Just hello. I'm gonna stay here. Maybe I'll say something autistic, like I'm a game developer and I'm going to stay here 2 weeks. And maybe it's not autistic, but whatever. It's people don't do it. But I don't know. Feels like the right thing to do, to be honest. I'm a game developer and I'm gonna stay here 2 nights. I'm here to just pick up my Estonian EID so I can start a company in Estonia, and I'm going to sell this game, Jörn Mysterium. It's a detective game. Played in a 3D model of a real town up in northern Sweden. So it will be exotic for the people in Stockholm. Maybe they have never traveled north. I don't know. Do you know anyone who might be interested in playing such a game? I'm looking for pre-orders. I don't know, that felt too much selling. I can chat with other travelers if I get the app. I'm gonna get the app. That might be a fun thing to do. Hostel World. they have an interesting logo. It's a very cool logo actually. It's a bit too cool, but maybe it's good. It's very interesting. Like it's a meeting point between two arrows, and each arrow is a house basically, and it's in the shape of an H, and it has this X, which is like X marks the spot. Here's where you go. And it's very minimalistic and unique. But there's something about it that makes it slightly too complex for the brain to kind of connect to a brand, or maybe it's because it's the first time I'm seeing it. I haven't gotten used to it yet. I'm impressed regardless. Okay, now I should have that on my phone. Okay, there we go. Now I feel more at ease, because two things. I have a place to stay in Stockholm, so I can feel safe that I don't need to sleep on the street or walk around all day in a strange city, big city. That's solved. And secondly, I've had this on my task list. It's been a slight, for me, a big decision, and now the decision is taken. So it's relieved working memory. Like the future is kind of decided now. Now that the future has a foundation. I'm going there, I'm sleeping there at this place. So I have a foundation. And now I can get creative on top of that. I'm just gonna take a little break and sit in my sofa and get accustomed to this app. See if I can find a friend. First things. Oh, no, okay. Didn't seem to be that many users on that app, but I made a profile. I could make like a schedule on the train to make sure I have everything I need. are above the age limit of 40.